Okay. No, we're good to go. All right. Um, yeah, and then just make sure that the attendees that come in, you just accept them, Itumeleng, please. And thank you. Right. A very good afternoon or good evening to everyone in attendance. Let me just switch on my camera so you can put the name to the face. My name is Avuyile Mayekiso. I am the chairperson for the CESA YPF in the Eastern Cape. Thank you very much for taking times out of your busy schedules to attend this webinar today on the fundamentals of registration by the SACPCMP. I'll be a facilitator today, and yeah, we've got two presentations, with the key one being the actual registration process, which will be presented in the next few minutes. Let's move to the next slide. Okay, so I just want to give you a brief background of who we are as CESA. So CESA is the Consulting Engineers of South Africa. We are a voluntary association. We are a voluntary association of consulting engineering firms with over 600 companies. And our member firms employ approximately 17,000 people. And part of our mission is to promote the engineering excellence and continuously improve the quality of life of our citizens by partnering with all key stakeholders being both public and private entities. Slide. And about us as the YPF. So the YPF stands for Young Professionals Forum. And we basically a group of young professionals, part of the main CESA branch, who are passionate about the engineering industry and are interested in ensuring the sustainability and promotion of our profession. It is also a voluntary association, and it is restricted to qualified engineering professionals under the age of 36. But obviously, given the nature of today's event, we have made it available for everyone to attend. As we thought that it was a valuable need, not only just in our region or our province of the Eastern Cape, but as in the country as a whole. So we thought that we should reach out to as many people who are interested in professional registration as possible. We basically operate on a non-profit basis, and we rely on sponsorship support from our CESA member firms, as well as other interested parties that seek to grow the young professionals and understand the importance of developing our young professionals in the industry. Okay, and some of our objectives is to promote and create awareness in the built environment careers, more specifically in the consulting engineering sector, as well as CESA, or what's supposed to be EXA. My apologies for that. And then our second objective is to retain our young professionals within the engineering industry. Thirdly, is to build capacity and knowledge amongst the members of the Young Professionals Forum. Fourthly, it's to share information and to network. And lastly, it is to promote a platform for engineering practitioners to support each other, more particularly with professional registration, which is what we are doing today. So for those of you who do meet the criteria of being a CESA young member, you can register using the link attached. I will be forwarding the presentation to all those who have attended, or this specific information to all those who have attended. So if you do belong to a CESA member firm, you will know who you are. You can then use this link to join the YPF. Alternatively, if you are not a CESA member firm, you could use this link to register, and you can be part of the Young Professionals Forum as a non-CESA member, or representing a non-CESA member firm. Just to give you some insight with regards to who we are as the branch committee in the Eastern Cape. I myself, as I've mentioned now, I'm the chairperson for the Eastern Cape branch. And with my team, I think in attendance, we've got Mr. Gwenga Bombela, who is our deputy chairperson, as well as our treasurer, from Lukosi Consulting Engineers. We then have Ms. Zikona Tyakume, who is our secretary from Bosch Projects. We then also have our stakeholder representative in the Port Elizabeth region, Ms. Onwaba Ndabeni, also from Bosch Projects. We also have our stakeholder representative in the border region, Mr. Songezo Mbizafa, also from Ramage Consulting. We do have a vacant position. We don't necessarily close our well, we are always open to new members joining the committee. So if you know people who would like to contribute towards the committee, specifically in the Eastern Cape region, please feel free to contact me. My details are provided in the signature on the emails that I have sent you. Alternatively, I will be sending through my contact details with all the relevant information that is required. Just to give you some insight with regards to the events that we've got planned for the remainder of the year. So obviously today is the fundamentals of professional registration with the SACPCMP. It is a virtual event and it was hosted by the SACPCMP. Then in August, we plan to have a Women's Day breakfast talk in Gqeberha or Port Elizabeth in partnership with Women in Engineering Leadership Association, essentially to empower our fellow or young female professionals and students in the region, as well as to network with other young professionals in the region. In September, we plan to have a technical site visit at the St. George's Wellfield in Nelson Mandela Bay, which will be headed by Mr. Matthew Hills from Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality. And he will be giving a presentation after the site visit on project planning, development and implementation, and followed by a networking session with fellow IPs in the region. Then also towards the in September, we plan to have another virtual event of the municipal project processes, which will be done by Mr. Graham Cownley. He's agreed to join us again or to present to us again from the last time in 2021, essentially on the framework for infrastructure development and planning in municipalities and how the municipal projects are planned, implemented, operated, and maintained. And then in October, we plan to have an LIC a presentation, which Naidu Consulting has gladly accepted to be on board for. So they will be running or presenting on developing and managing labor-intensive construction activities. Then towards the end of the year, we'll tend to let our hair loose after a hectic year with a end year function, which will be held in East London, where we get to network with fellow young professionals in the region, as well as a small presentation on the registration for the Engineering Council of South Africa. Just also to let you know, next week is our upcoming presidential visit. So our president, who's serving his second and last year, Mr. Olusolwade, will be coming down together with our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Chris Campbell. So for those of you who are in the East London area, please do come through to the East London Golf Club. We will start off with a small lunch between 12 and 1 o'clock, and then we will have the official proceedings between 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there has been a registration link sent out. So please do keep a lookout for that, or please find that email. If not, we will be sending through another email from tomorrow or on Monday, so that you can register and book your name for the event. And also with regards to this, that there is a prequel to the actual main event, which is the Youth Leadership Seminar, which is proudly sponsored by Sanlam, and that will take place for all the young professionals, also at East London Golf Club. That event will start at 10 o'clock and it will end at 12 o'clock, leading up to the main presidential function. So the purpose of today, essentially, it is to gain some insight or clarity to the registration process for being a professional construction project manager. It's also to find out about the accreditation process when it comes to continuous professional development. Our guest speakers are from the SACPCMP, so they will be able to give more insight into this. And then it essentially to interact and engage with our guest speakers as well. And then lastly, yeah, just to show you then the program for today. So obviously we started with the opening and welcome by myself and went through, about CESA YPF and the purpose of the event. I will be introducing the guest speakers next. And then we will have the main presentation by Mr. Nicholas Malebane, followed by a small presentation on the CPD accreditation by Mrs. Khutso Mogele. Then we will have a question, answers, and discussion session where you, as the attendees, can then engage with Mr. Balabane and Ms. Mogele. And then I'll just close off, and then we can call it a night afterwards. So just to give you a brief introduction about our guest speakers, our first speaker will be Mr. Nicholas Malebane. He is the registrations manager for the SACPCMP with over 15 years experience. He's responsible for managing the registration processes for the different categories of registrations. And some of the processes include the assessment of each applicant's competencies and accreditation of those who are competent with the professional status. Then we also have Mrs. Khutso Mogehle, who is the CPD coordinator for the organization. She's been with the organization for the past 2 years now. She ensures that she ensures compliance of all registered professionals through participation in CBD activities. And she runs mentorships programs, validating CBD courses and conferences, and developing activities for all registered professionals to participate in. Last but not least, I need to take the time to thank our annual CESA YPF sponsors. Without them, these webinars would not be possible. And we really do thank them for being part of the YPF experience and, supporting us and mentoring us through to become the future leaders within the consulting engineering space. And with that being said, and just some general notes, sorry, before we start. You can submit your questions in the Q&A box. Also add your comments in the chat box on your control panel to engage with the speakers during the presentations. Towards the end of at the end of their presentations, we'll basically read out the questions if if you don't want to ask them through after the session, but we can just read them out. Alternatively, we will give you a chance to ask your questions and possibly add more specificity to your question. We'd also like to acknowledge, the recently published CESA Infrastructure Report Card, which was published late last year in 2022, which gives insight to the state of the country's infrastructure, and today's event, essentially, it is to try and mold us into being the PRCPMs, so that we are able to spearhead and try to improve the level of infrastructure development in our country. If you want to get more or read more into the infrastructure report card, I will also send you a link at the end of the presentation so that you can have a look at it and engage and see possibly how I know some of our attendees are working in the government space. So, through this process and being registered as a professional construction project manager, how you can assist through our efforts, as well as consulting engineers and contractors who may be in attendance today, in infrastructure development. Please also visit our website, www.cesa.co.za, to get more information about CESA, as well as news and events around the country. And lastly, please like, follow, and subscribe on our various social media pages so that you can interact with us and keep and stay up to date with all our news and events. And with that being said, I will now hand over to Mr. Malebane so that he can get started, so that he can take us through the fundamentals of registration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abuile. Thank you for inviting us. I will just now project my presentation. Yeah. Just for a moment. Is it visible from your end?
There we go. Yes, sir. It's visible. We're good to go.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me just go to it. Yeah, my name is Nicholas Malebane, as per the introduction, and I work for the SACPCMP, and I'm responsible for the processing and coordination of the registrations applications from start to the end or to finished, depending where you are ending. If, for example, maybe you proceed towards registrations, then the process goes further than that. And then if maybe your application is not sound enough, obviously it will stop midway process. So the South African Council for the Project and Construction Management Professions, we have these categories of registrations. First one being the professional construction manager and the professional construction project manager. And then we have candidate for both. And then also what we call professional construction mentor and construction mentor. So the difference between these two, often people are confused with people who are just mentoring candidates. There's a difference. When, for example, one have to be a mentor for the candidate, does not need the professional mentor registration or construction mentor registrations. This is required for, is meant rather for the registration in this mentorship category. It is meant for the imaging contractors, for the imaging contractors. Basically, is for it is for these imaging contractors. These imaging contractors are in different levels of registrations with the CIDP. For example, the professional construction mentor will mentor contractors that are registered on the CIDP levels from 1 until to the last band. And the construction mentor will do from 1 to 5. That is the only difference. And then the difference is, if you want to register for, you want to mentor contractors, then you must have a professional registrations with ourselves or one of our sister councils. It can be Engineering Council of South Africa or architects, or the Council of the Architects, or the Council of the Quantity Surveyors. So that's why the difference is in terms of these two categories. And then the others, obviously, as you can see, each professional category have a candidate category under each. And then for you to be a mentor or to mentor candidates, for example, all you requires with their professional project managers and construction managers is just to have a professional registrations as per our act, because the act clearly states that a candidate must work under the supervision or the mentorship of a professional registered in a relevant category with the candidate. So basically that's that. So don't be confused. This one is mainly for contractors. And then for you to be a candidate, for you as a candidate, you only need not a registered mentor, but a registered professional. That's the difference. Now, assuming that you are interested, you want to apply, there's a process that we usually follow. You submit your application, it goes through the verification process, then it went through the assessment, it goes through the assessment process. And then from there, it's either it's going for an interview, and then you go for the interview. If you are recommended to go for an interview, and then if you pass that interview, you will be registered as one of the as one of the professional construction manager or professional construction project manager. Now, the criteria below, you will see these are criteria, and you can see that the criteria varies. For example, someone with an honors degree will require him to have 4 years, and then someone with an honor with the BTech 5 years, and someone with a national higher qualification 6 years, and then someone with a national diploma will require that person to have 7 years experience. And then that's where we are in terms of this. And you can see that the higher the qualification, the lesser years of experience. But it's the same with the candidate here. Someone with an honors degree, we don't even need experience because you are a candidate. Candidates should not have any experience. But assuming that you have a BTech and then you don't have sufficient experience to register, you don't have 5 years experience. So we'll require you to register as a candidate, and then we just need 1 year experience, and then for national higher diploma would require 2 years, and then the other one would require 3 years of that. And we are saying all foreign applicants are required to practice locally for the minimum of 12 years. For the minimum of 12 calendar months rather, not years. So basically it means that if you are from, let's say for example, maybe you come from the Middle East or wherever, or maybe South America or whatever, we just need you to have just a local experience of 12 months, basically. So, and for professional mentor, you can see I talk about it, and you see that it's different. We said to be the minimum qualifications there is to be professional registered in terms of any built environment, Professions X, or demonstrate an equivalent level of experience. So we need you to have, is either you are registered there, and then we need to have at least 10 years relevant practical experience. But for a mentor, we say we only need you to have just 10 years of experience, meaning that here, under construction mentor, you don't need to have professional registration. It's either with us or our sister councils. We just need your experience only here. So basically, and the reason for that is because it's the lower category compared to the professional construction mentor. But remember, this is for the mentoring of, it's not for the mentoring of candidates, but it's for the mentoring of emerging contractors. So there must always be that clear distinction between this mentor and the mentor who mentor the candidates. Now, what is it that we are looking at for you to be registered as a professional construction manager and construction manager? By the way, you have seen that the qualifications are almost the same. But what is the difference between the two? So according to our scope of services, each category of a construction manager, actually both for construction manager and for construction project manager, they both have their respective scope of services. Now, when you look into the scope of services, in terms of the project work stages, you will notice that the project manager is involved from stage 1 until stage 6. So here, for example, if you see this pre-phase construction phase, basically is stage 1, and even 4 is a pre-stage construction, because by then there is nothing on the ground. When you go for stage 4, there's nothing on the ground. There are no cranes yet there on the ground. There's no site at all, and the site will start at stage 5. Now we are saying a project manager should be is responsible from stage 1 and stage 6. How does it happen? Assuming that I'm a billionaire and I want to build a mall, a big mall somewhere in the country, the first person that I will naturally contact is the project manager or the project management firm, and I will tell them my ideas, and then we will share the idea. For example, how they will help me how I can conceptualize the idea that I have. But the first thing is to give them the briefing of what I have, and they have to take me through. They have to go through the entire process of the project initiation and project briefing, and make sure that they are competent in that. So here, I have not yet make, as an investor, I have not yet make any commitment towards here. It's just an idea. And then I don't mind to pay that person maybe his time. But usually, even that time here, it is done at, it's at risk. Basically, that kind of engagement in some instances. Maybe in some instances, there might be a little, some sort of payment. I don't know. It will depend from individual to individuals. Né? And then from there now, once I have I give them the briefing and they've looked into it and they've given me feedback around it. And now I'm happy with the feedback that they gave me. And then from there now is a question of checking the concept feasibility now, meaning that now they need to finalize the project concept and the feasibility. Now they're going to check the market. They're going to do everything to ensure that probably I will make money. They have to tell me at this stage, is this thing doable or not? Or what is in for me as an investor? And if there's something that I can gain from here, then it will have to be it will have to be through this process of feasibility. Obviously, it's going to go from step 1 until to all the steps. But usually, the first part of it is a desktop feasibility kind of study, meaning that you are using the information that you are aware of that is there. And then from there, you want to go to the detailed feasibility studies and so on. So there now I will be given all the nitty-gritty things to say, you know what, the project is doable. Okay, you will have your return on investment. Just go for it. And then once I'm happy with the whether I'm going to make money or not, because basically it does the objectives of any investor. Will I have return on investment or not? And then once I'm convinced that, you know what, my idea has been worked on, and then yes, I will make money as an investor. And then they go to the next stage now. Now that's where the design and development kickstart. Now here, remember, you know, from there in these 2 stages, I've already now agreed to certain appointments, and maybe they have appointed to me that, you know, in order for these to be thoroughly investigated, you need certain appointments, you know, in terms of the consultants, and then I've agreed to that. So per stage, there will be some sort of an agreement when the project moves to the next stage and so on. So, and I'm happy with everything. And then from there, now they go to do the design. And then the project now starts to become serious from under this design development. That's where now the a detailed design development will take place, and then the things like the project scope, time, cost, and quality parameters will be, comes very clear. And then remember now that this when people are going to tender there, they will tender based on the project scope that has already been identified. And then that's why they'll get that document basically to say, well, this is what we're intending to build. And then I will go out for tender. And then from there, the contractors now, the principal contractors will now respond to that tender. And then that's where a construction manager starts to get involved, you see. So you can see that from stage 1 until stage 3, there was no place for the involvement of the construction manager. Now, because the construction manager mainly work for the principal contractor, rather, now they will be responding towards now the advertised tender. and then they will attend the briefing and all those things. And obviously, they will price according to the documents that we have provided them, that the project managers have availed them to, with, especially with regard to the scope and so on. And from there, the cranes are not yet on the site. And then once all these things have been done, the site has been secured. Remember, the site will be secured in stage 1, somewhere there. We will know exactly where we're going to build this mall or where we're going to build this school or whatever. So, but we will know exactly where, because the feasibility studies and all other investigations, like to make sure that whatever the site is, that site will, the other investigations, for example, like your geological, geotech investigations and so on, and then also town planning and so many things, the local that are required by the local authority. Those things have been complied with already. And then by the time we go to the site, also when we go to the site, then we will have a winning tender will be awarded. The construction company that perhaps have won the tender, they will be awarded the tender, and then from there, things like permits with the Department of Labor will have come to place, also been finalized, and then from there we go to the construction site. Now that's where now the construction starts. Now that's when people start to see the movement. They start to see the cranes. They start to see construction workers. They started to see the plant. They started to see all the logistics that have to do with the site. It's visible to the eyes, and then that's also where the negative stuff also comes in. That's when the construction mafias also visit the site and try their luck there, and what they can extort from the construction. Those are the politics of construction in our country, but that will happen once they started to see. And in some instances, they have had, let's say, for example, maybe it is a municipal project. They will have known prior to that, but they will intensify their efforts here, and the community start to get involved when they start to see an action on the side. And then, of course, the building will be built according to the designs, according to everything, and then eventually the project is complete. Then we go, and then the process of project closeout, where you have everything that is required, where the project is handed over to the client with all the maintenance manuals, the quantity survey and the project also will hand the so-called final account will be completed then, and then the project will be handed over to the investor or to the project owner. Basically, that is, I try to simplify the project work stages of what is it that is required from the project manager. But the construction manager will start from stage 4 until stage 6. And while the project manager will start from stage 1 to stage 6. Now, the question is, can a construction manager register as a project manager? Well, some they have, and depending on the type of procurement that they were involved in. For example, if as an investor, I just believe that, you know what, I just want to deal with one organization from start to finish. I don't want to have several appointments, that are different. I want to deal with one man. Then I can simply go and appoint a construction company that I know of, or that I'm aware of, and to say, you know what, deliver me this project, do everything. That, now we are talking about thinking. The design and build, meaning that you do everything from start to finish. In that case, if the construction manager is involved there, then he will have acquired this pre-construction. For example, the briefing will be conducted by them, the concept feasibility, the design development, and so on. So they will be able to do all these things within one consortium, which is the whatever it is, and then they deal with it. So yes, it is possible, but only if this is done under this a tanky design and build. Under the traditional procurement, we know that they will start at stage 4, unless if they do that. So they have to demonstrate that experience. They are FIM, by the way, who are registered both as a construction project manager and also as a construction manager, based on what? Based on their involvement throughout the stages. So let's say they have a tanky projects, others they are specializing in tanky project, then that person will choose whether he wants to be a project manager or he wants to be a construction project manager. What is important is he must be able to demonstrate the delivery of the project, meaning that the construction deliverables, because each project stage is here, they have their own deliverables, and deliverables are based on what? On the application. So that person must be able to apply those deliverables for him to be registered in both categories, but he can choose whether he want to be a construction manager or a project manager. But it's in the rare case, how many projects, for example, are tanking. They are, but they are not as many as the ones, the traditional procurement, where we have a project, where we have the design team, where we have a project manager, and then we have all other the coordinate, where project manager coordinate all the professional services there. So I think that is the most preferred, because we the other reason is because we want people, rather the projects to have to many people or many consultants to benefit from one project, because if you go for a tanky, it's only one company that will benefit throughout the and which it might not be, if it's the most preferred throughout the country, it might not be fair, to others, but it's fair to the investor or to the project owner, because he does not have stress of talking to most people independently, because remember, the principal contractor will be dependent. He still report to the project owner because he's been appointed directly by the project owner. So those are other things that some complexities. Now, what are the competence for registering maybe as a construction manager or even as a project manager? All you need to know is obviously you need the knowledge of the construction science. Some people believe that you can be a project manager without necessarily having a built environment qualification, and that's where they are wrong. You cannot manage what you don't have, what you don't know, rather. So the construction science is important. How do you get this knowledge? You get this. It is a knowledge base. You get this through training, meaning that you must go and learn construction management, or even one of the built environment, because we accept in our case the one that we have accredited is a construction management or building science. The old ones, they say that is a building science, and then yes, from the University of Technology, it's called the diploma in the building science, and then yes, then you'll have BTech in construction management, or advanced diploma now, because they phased out the BTech, and yeah, basically that's it. And then that's what we need. And then you also need to understand the construction processes, because if you don't understand the construction processes, there's no way, even if you can come with a BTech, because I'm aware that there are, you can have a master's in project management. But if that master's is just, remember, project management is mainly generic. The knowledge is, even if it's applied across all the disciplines, but if it is not built on a construction a degree, then that knowledge, it cannot help you, because you need to understand the construction processes, and then so as the design process for that. But not only that, but also the financial and the cost factors around it. So there's a lot to do. You can't just walk in with 6 months project management and think you can project management a construction project. It's going to be a disaster. You'll be qualified people who will walk over you. You will not understand anything. It will be Greek to you, so it's impossible. So what is required is for you to have a qualification first, and then go and gain industry-specific experience, and then you can become a project manager. Basically, that's how it should go, man. And these are the other things that you need to know: the knowledge of construction processes, I've already said, the site, the plan, the equipment, types of formwork systems, the quality management, health and safety management, environmental management, organizational and management structures. All are these the competencies that are required in order for you to be a competent project manager. You need the general building sequences, the knowledge of that, how you follow that. You have to understand the sequencing. You'll see that when you understand the sequencing, for example, it will enable you, amongst other things. For example, let's say, for example, you receive the construction company, construction manager hand over to you a claim, for example. How are you going to deal with you? He said, well, this is a claim we delayed because of the rain. If you don't understand the building sequences and so on, how, for example, maybe a project it has been sequenced, you won't understand the element of the practical, the element of a critical path, for example, because yes, it rains. So what? It must rain. It's summer, isn't it? It's not the rains that should qualify, that should warrant the the claim for the submission of the claim, because it rains. Is the effects of the rains, and then whether what was affected was that whatever that was delayed, was it in the critical path or not? If it was not in the critical path, how should the claim be being processed? So you need to understand those things first, and then you'll be able to even adjudicate correctly on whatever the claim that is being submitted. And you need to understand who does what, who doesn't do what, in the project, the time required for everything that they have been set aside for every task that is possible. The work breakdown structures, you need to know all those things. And then, yes, financial processes and cost of construction, all those things, they are very key for you to be a competent project manager. Now, this is how basically we are doing. We are looking at it when you are being assessed. This is how basically our assessment form look into this area. For educational qualifications, that's what we to get 35, then you must have highest qualifications ever. And then we have membership of professional association. Now, these professional associations are organizations such as this, the one that you invite, that you are a member of. If you are a full member of the organization, usually when you are a member, you have an association certificate of it. You can see you get 10 points. Imagine if you are not a member of CESA or CESA or ACPM or whatever, you lose that 10 points, and you can easily fail. 10 points is a quite high. And then that's how much we value the voluntary associations, the professional bodies, because we know that professional bodies, for example, everybody now almost have knockoff, but and it's relaxing home. But because you are a member of this organization, they have arranged this webinar for you. For what? What is the benefit for you is the information that is available. And then I know that there are other things, for example, like usually you'll have other seminars around the forms of contracts and so on. The reasons why you belong to them is because they are able to keep your knowledge current, if I have to use the word. So your knowledge is updated when you belong to them. But with us as a council, we register, we regulate, and then they promote the profession. And that is why we recognize that by giving you 10 points when you belong to these these institutions. Okay, we will get some points in terms of your experience, how relevant it is, and obviously other things. But you can see that as it goes down, it talks about, let me go slowly. It talks here about technical competencies, project management competencies as a principal consultant. Basically, this is you as a project manager, project manager competencies as a principal agent. Remember that here, that's where under the principal consultant, this is where the coordination of the professional services takes place, the management of the professional team. And here under the competence as a principal agent, here now is the administration of the contract on the behalf of the client. So knowing all those things and doing those functions, that's what it is required. There's a typo, it's not 18 there, it's 8. So the points are the same. And then knowledge and competence in project management areas, that's what you're going to give. And then for CPD, also, there's a typo there. I need to fix that. It's 5 points. I think this was supposed, 100 was supposed to be the total, but I will fix this later on. So basically this, and then the total is out of 100, and then you must, at least for you to proceed to the professional interview, you must at least have 60 points or 60 marks, achieve 60 marks. And then the same when you are applying for a construction manager, that's what is required. Under the construction management competency, we want let's say, for example, where there is competence as a principal consultant and competence as a principal agent. Under, if you are applying for construction management, construction manager will be looking at these competencies, both of them. They all give you the same points. Now, the outcome of that process, these are the possible outcomes for it. Is that you will be recommended to proceed to professional interview, gain further experience, relevant practical experience before reapplying, and then or application may not be approved. Now, but we also have the process that we call recognition of prior learning. But now with the RPL is that there's a bit of a change. You'll have to apply directly for RPM. Before your application can even come to the interview. And once you have been approved under the RPL, then that's when you can come now apply, meaning that you will be given the opportunity to apply for the category of your choice. And this is what we're going to look at it, how we look into it at the interview levels. At the interview, you can see is a general presentation, how you represent your experience, how you present your experience on the day. Is it logical? Is your thought process, organized the way you answer, all those things. Because as you know, project management starts somewhere and it ends somewhere. So when you are presenting your experience, you'll start where it starts, isn't it? And you go throughout and the phases of the project and be able to to convince the panel about your experience. You talk about your experience. You're not talking about general knowledge. You're talking about your own experience, how you resolve, how do you have managed, how you have applied deliverables, those deliverables that I talked to you about before. And that's how basically we are looking at it. And then all you need to get also from here is just a 60 points. And from there, you will receive one of these possible outcomes if you have achieved that, which is you will be now approved for professional registrations, or you may not have been a bad guy and your experience and everything might be okay, but then the assessors might be of the view that you maybe should do something about certain aspects of your experience that will not require you to gain further experience, but maybe they can require you to just to attend the class. For example, you might only know one form of contract, and then but you find that you are too less on others. So and then there we encourage that as a professional, you must at least be able to know, even if you have never worked on one, or let's say it might happen that you would never have an opportunity to work on all forms of contracts. But you must have that knowledge of them and how they differ in terms of the application. Remember, those forms of contracts we're talking about JBCC, NEC, JBCC, NEC, and FIDIC, for example. So you need to understand how these things are applied. For example, how both of them work. Both of them, they are there to do one common thing, is to manage risk when you think about it. But they manage risk differently. And then we want to have that assurance. And the reason why that this is important is because once you are awarded professional registrations, one day you will find yourself sitting next to a billionaire somewhere. And then maybe sitting next to Mr. Motsepe, and you have to advise Mr. Petrus Motsepe about this form of contracts. Maybe he does not know them because he's not a construction man. He's a businessman, isn't it? And now, if you only familiar with only one form of contract, then your advice will be too limited, isn't it? That is why organizations like this will have workshops where they will organize seminars and classes and then I saw others where you do a comparison of these construction contracts so that you can be able to know the difference. What is the advantage? What will be advantage of the client to this, and taking all the advantages and disadvantages. Remember, sometimes it can be detrimental if, for example, you want the entire risks to fall on a construction company. It can also not be good. So, but if the risk is shared, then at least you have commitment from both the contractor and also from the client. I'm just giving you an example. But basically, the contracts are there to manage risk, all of them. But it's how they manage risk. It's different. So you need to know those type of those differences when you are in a position to recommend a contract. But you'll agree with me that if you only know JBCC, that's what you're going to recommend. You'll not even bother to look into NEC. You'll never be bothered to look into JBC, into FIDIC and so on. All right. Amongst our registrations, we also have candidates. If you are a candidate, you must have relevant practical experience. No, not practical experience, but practical relevant qualification. And then you can submit. And then for you to become, usually you will be recommended for 3 years and then to 4 years, depending on your experience. And you're expected to submit logbook on an annual basis. That's what is required. And you will be upgrading after you have completed your years of experience that were recommended. And then yes, in order for you to be able to do this, then it means that during your candidacy period, you must have accumulated relevant practical experience. And then we have, for example, you have to go through professional interview like everybody else at the end of your candidacy. And in your pass that, then you'll be registered as a professional. But now there are some, for example, some challenges on the way. You might find that some people, especially the candidates, most of them, they might not even have a mentor where they work, or the employer may not even giving them the best support possible. So inadequate support from the employer can also derail the registrations or the progression of a candidate. And this usually can also lead to the perpetual candidates where people are unable to upgrade to professional status. We have what you call batches. Most of you, if you have tried to register now with the council, you might have noticed that once you try to do this, you'll see a message that's saying that give you the time frames. For example, saying if maybe you tried yesterday or today, it will tell you that okay, registration will open from the 3rd of July until the 4th of August. We call it batch process. That's what we are doing. And then batch process is based on a quota. As you may explain to you, our quota start in April because our financial year start in April. So the first quarter is April to June. End of June is the first quarter. So tomorrow is our last day for this quarter, and then the new quarter starts on the 1st of July until 30 September. Yes, July, August, September. Yes, until the 30th of September. It's going to be the second quarter. Now, the registration for the window period will open in the second quarter from 3rd July until 4th August. And from there, we will be processing everything. So if, for example, you want to apply, you must apply within that between next week, Monday, and the 4th of July. So you have to submit that, and that's when we can look into yours. To do that, you go to our website, and then you create a profile, and then you upload relevant particulars, documents, and it should take us less than 3 months for us to complete your application. With the recognition of prior learning, as I said, the process have changed a little bit. Initially, you will have applied with registrations, and then you will be recommended for RPL if you do not have qualifications. But now it's different. You start with RPL, and then from there you must first be recommended. If you are recommended to go to apply, then it means you have been. I mean, you are because RPL basically is an assessment of your acquired experience, in lieu of your technical qualification. So once you have demonstrated that you are competent, even if you don't have qualification, that's when you go through RPL, basically. So these are for the old guys. You are not happy with the process. Maybe you received you got that outcome that is not that you were not expecting, and you are aggrieved. There is a process for that, and then that process is, we call it the RPL process, and then you can appeal. You appeal it within 14 working days, no, 30 working days, and then from there, that's how we process your document. And then this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balebane. I believe that was very insightful. And yeah, I think there's quite a bit to chew on there. And I think after Ms. Khutso's presentation, I think we will then open the floor for everyone to ask the relevant questions. Some questions have been coming in. I do want to remind everyone in attendance again, just to please, if you do have questions that you think you might forget to ask in the Q&A, please drop them in the chat box so that we can read them out in the Q&A session. So thank you once again, Mr. Nicholas. We'll come back to you in the Q&A session. I think for now we will hand over to Ms. Khutso, who will then give us her presentation on the CPD accreditation process. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Akuyile. I'm going to start my presentation, but I see I don't have the rights to share. I don't know if you're able to fix that for me so that I can start with my presentation.
Yes, I think Mr. Nick just needs to unshare so that
Okay.
you are then able to share. There we go.
Awesome.
I think you
Thank
should be able to see it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, and good evening to everyone. My name is Kuja Mokhetle, and I'm from the SACPCMP. I am with the CPD department. So CPD is what you do after registration. I want to start my presentation though with mentorship. Normally when we talk to young people, whether being it university students or new professionals, we prefer telling them about mentorship because this is where a lot of people get stuck, and then I will be running into my CPD presentation. But mentorship is a relationship between two people when the individual with more experience and knowledge passes along the information to someone else, to the junior. So this is what mentorship is all about, and it is very important for SACPCMP, and I'm going to explain why. But Mr. Nicholas was also explaining earlier on that you have construction mentors. That is a CIDB mentorship program, but everyone who's registered with the council as a professional, you have to do mentorship. And that is why here we're saying that that relationship is between someone who's already registered with the council. It's a relationship between that person and a candidate or a university student. So you're just taking them through the whole process of registration, the whole process of the construction and the built environment so that they understand what is happening within the built environment. So let me say this again. If you are registered as an SACPCMP professional, you have to do mentorship. It is part of what you have to do. So the purpose of mentorship is to assist candidates acquire the relevant skills and experience to be professionally recognized by the SACPCMP. I saw a question in the chat box where someone was asking, should I be mentored by someone from SACPCMP or can I get a mentor from EXA? You can get a mentor from EXA because, you know, sharing information is always good and you can learn a thing or two from EXA registered professionals as well. But when it comes to someone who is a candidate and they want to register professionally with SACPCMP, you need to have a mentor that is registered with SACPCMP because your logbook has to be signed by someone who is registered with SACPCMP. A mentor serves as a guide to individuals who want to register with the council. Therefore, this is an important and a much needed role. A mentor assists with the compiling of a logbook for candidate, which is part of the process for candidates. Like I said, every year, as Mr. Malebane has already said, every year, if you are in your candidature phase, you need to submit a logbook, and your logbook has to be signed by an SACPCMP registered professional. Logbooks are expected to be filled in and submitted annually. They have to be signed by a registered professional. I have already touched on this, so this is very important. But what is important to note is that as a candidate, once you have filled in your logbook and it has been signed by a registered professional, you have to submit it online. There was another question where someone was asking if you apply online. Yes, all the applications have to be done online. And then once you're on the candidature phase as well, you have to submit your logbook online. So this is something that you need to do as a candidate. But for the mentors who are mentoring candidates, it is very important for you to also have the copy of the logbook because you can submit that logbook for CPD. So a candidate needs it for their registration, but as a registered professional, you also need it for your for your CPD under category B, which is mentorship. So this is very important. Point 3 there also mentions that a mentor should be registered under the same category as the candidate. This is very important. You know that SACPCMP doesn't only take project managers, we also have construction health and safety professionals and also building inspectors. So your logbook has to be completed by someone who is in the exact registration category. So if you're a candidate construction manager, your logbook has to be completed by a professional construction manager. So that is very, very important. Otherwise, your logbook is going to be null and void if it has been filled in by someone or signed rather by someone who's not in the same category as you. We also have what we call a mentorship database. So if we do have registered professionals with the SACPCMP, please consider being part of the mentorship database. We have just more than 100. I think we have about 110 or less on our mentorship database, and we're calling on more mentors to sign up to be on the mentorship database because we do need mentors. We have thousands of candidates who are registered and they do not have mentors. So if you can do this, please do consider. I'll send I'm going to share my emails after this so that you can just email me and let me know that you want to be on the mentorship database. The mentors that are on the database, they undergo through training. Mr. Malebane mentioned earlier on that sometimes one of the things that can delay you as a candidate is that you didn't get the proper training. So you've got a logbook and it has been signed, but it's done incorrectly. So the mentors that are on the database, they underwent a training. It was a 4-session course that started last year and then it ended this year. It's going to be available on our on our portal, so you can purchase that and watch the videos in order for you to qualify to be on the mentorship database. So please consider that. And if you are a candidate, sometimes it's very good for you to just know if this person has really been trained, because in as much as someone might know what they need to know when it comes to the work, but when it comes to the logbook and the things that are necessary and important, it is very important for you to be trained by someone who knows what they're talking about. So that is why we're calling on mentors to be part of the database. And we're also saying candidates, if you want to be linked or matched to a mentor, please let us know. That is why we have what we call the mentor matching service. We call it MMS in short. This is the main aim of this MMS is to connect the candidates and the mentors. So we have developed this and we are still developing it. So if you are a candidate with the SACPCMP and you've been struggling to get the mentor, this is an answer to all your questions. I'm going to give you just a brief idea of what happens, but please do send me an email. We send you the application form and you can get yourself a mentor. The aim of this service is to ensure that candidates and mentors are connected based on the SACPCMP registration categories, career goals, location, and all those things. So we look at where you are, we look at your qualifications, your experience, and also your needs. On the application form, we also ask you, what do you want to learn? And then we can now match you with a relevant registered professional so that this whole process is being made easy. So this outlines the process. I'm going to share this presentation with Awile after this, and then he can send it to everybody else. But just to give you an overview, as a candidate, you're going to send us an email. We're going to receive your email. We're going to read your application form, and then we are going to be matching. So we're going to look at our database, all the registered professionals that match your desires and your needs and based on location and things like that. And then once we have those people, let me say there are 5 or 6, we're going to send you their information. So at this point, we're not giving you their names and contact details. We're just letting you know that Mentor 45 has this qualification and this number of experience. Mentor 76, this is who they are, this is what they've done. And then we are going to send you a list of those potential mentors. As a candidate, you're going to look at their bios and see which one matches you better. And you're going to return the email and say, okay, I love Mentor 76. Then we are going to contact Mentor 76 and let them know about your interest and send them through your application form. And then if they are happy to match with you, they will let us know, and then that is when we can send their contact details to you because they would have given us consent. And now your responsibility as a candidate is to make sure that that relationship becomes alive. Just know that SACPCMP is not responsible of everything that happens after you've been matched. Our role is just to match the two of you. So what happens after that, it's entirely up to you. But we highly appeal to everybody that please treat this relationship as a professional relationship. So let everything be done accordingly. The mentors do sign a terms and conditions, and they've got their ethics. They know what they need to do. So I'm assuming all the registered professionals should know how to be ethical in the work environment. But we also pleading to the candidates to be 100% ethical and to respect the mentors and to respect the rules of the country. So as a candidate, we expect you to do certain things. And this is because the built environment is a very, it's big because we've got thousands of people, but surprisingly, it is also a small knitted network. Everybody in the built environment knows somebody. So it is very important for you to be on your best behavior, be professional, and as a candidate, it is your responsibility to initiate the conversation. We have a lot of registered professionals who said we tried to mentor candidates, but they don't seem interested. So the onus is on you as a candidate to make sure that you communicate with your mentor, you keep the relationship alive, and please respect deadlines as well. It wouldn't be good for the mentor to be the one calling you and asking, how far are you with this task? So you should be proactive. If maybe you cannot meet the deadlines, you need to let them know um, um, in advance. And then it is also very important to respect the mentor's privacy and their rules. For example, if they tell you that you must call them between Monday and Friday, between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m., please stick to that. Don't call them at 10 p.m. at night while they're sleeping with their partners. It might end in tears. So please, let's respect this. I normally say this is not a dating matching service. This is a professional matching service. So let everything be done professionally. And as a mentor, you do have the right to tell the candidate when they need to call you, when they have to email you. And as a candidate, please respect those boundaries. Um, and one of the things that happens sometimes is that candidates, as Mr. Balaban was saying, sometimes even when you want to register as a professional, they might tell you that you need to do certain courses. So what we are advising you to do is that there are so many service providers in South Africa that give different courses in the built environment. There is what we call a list of validated courses by SACPCMP. We encourage you to do those courses. that have been validated by SACPCMP where possible. And this is because these are the courses that have been thoroughly assessed by independent CPD service provider, CPD assessors. So that is why we recommend that you go for these validated courses. So sometimes they will tell you, please do this course. You lack certain skills and understanding in this area, so please do this course. So whenever you are forced to do a certain course in order to be compliant or to be competent according to the SACPCMP registration standard, please request this list of validated courses. You can also find it on the website, but I know our website has so many things going on, you might get lost. So send us an email and say, please, I was told to do these courses. Which service providers can I go to? So now you were a candidate, you got your mentor, now you are registered. What happens? This is where CPD comes in. CPD is the continuing professional development. This is an ongoing process of engaging in learning activities that will develop and enhance your skills as a professional. So what CPD basically means is that when you registered, even as we could see from the registration presentation, your qualification, your experience, your knowledge, everything was taken into consideration. And SACPCMP is basically saying, we're giving this person a stamp. We know that they know what they're talking about. They know what they're doing. They can go out and service the public of South Africa. We trust them. But now, as the council, remember, we are a statutory body, we are a regulator. So we need to be 100% sure that the people who are out there, they are really competent. CPD is the system that we use in order to make sure that our registered professionals remain professionals. So that is why we're saying your development must never stop. Your professional development is a continuous process, and we're using CPD as a system to manage and to coordinate that. It is important for you to know that CPD is a regulated mandate under Section 13K of the PCMP Act number 48 of 2000. A lot of people do not understand why CPD, and they think maybe it's something that is unique to SACPCMP or maybe even to the built environment, because you've heard it from EXA, you've heard it from the quantity surveyors. But CPD, this is not even a South African thing, is a global thing. So doctors have to do CPD, accountants, if not mistaken, they also have to do CPD, pharmacists, medical technologists. So all those professionals that are working with the public, they have to do CPD, so that as the government, we can clearly say that we are sending out proper professionals to deal with South Africans. So it is not something that SACPCMP decided to do. This is an act of parliament, and unfortunately it has to be done. So it is very important because we are living in a world that is forever changing. A lot of resistance comes from the much older generations because they've been in the built environment for 30 years, for 20 years, and somehow they get to a point where they feel like, I know everything. I know FIDIC, I know NEC. Why should I do CPD? Why should I continue learning? But the truth is, we are living in a forever changing world. And my classic example is COVID-19. Just think about life before COVID-19 and the way life is today. And you can see that things have changed a lot. So it's not just COVID-19 that changes. There's so many things. Now we've got Agrima SA, and we're talking about eco-labeling. We're talking about the fourth industrial revolution. So as a project manager, you need to know all these things. So if, for example, you just came in and you've been doing this thing, and the youngsters are coming in with all these things, you don't even know how to interpret this because you don't want to do it anymore. And CPD is not about going back to class and to school, but it's about also finding interesting ways of learning. So this could be through conferences, through seminars, through workshops. It could be in different ways. So a lot of people also have the resistance of CPD because they think, I have to go back to university. You don't necessarily have to go to university, even though we encourage, where possible, for you to upgrade your qualification and go to your master's, get your and PhD if possible. But if you do not want to go the university route, you can still do conferences and seminars and be developed. So who must do CPD? Candidates? No, as a candidate, you don't have to worry about CPD. You might need to do CPD courses for you to be registered as a professional, but those do not count for your CPD once you are registered. I don't know if this makes sense. But as a candidate, you might need to learn, because remember, CPD is basically professional development. So you need to progress as a professional but it's not CPD in a sense that we do not use it in the system of CPD. And if you are an applicant, you're still in the process, you don't have to do CPD. Yes, you have to develop as a professional, but that is not CPD and it does not count for CPD. Registered professionals, of course, you've got no choice. You have to do CPD. The SACPCMP CPD compliance requirements are as follows. It is very important to also note that this is for SACPCMP. So if you're registered with EXA, for example, EXA will have their compliance requirements. This one is specifically for SACPCMP. Another disclaimer here is that the CPD policy of the SACPCMP has been changed. Actually, the new policy has kicked in, even though it has not been formally introduced. So this is applicable at the moment, but in the next 6 months or a year, you might hear us singing a completely different song. This is because the CPD policy has been upgraded and it has been made much better and much simpler. But for now, please pay attention to what I'm going to say right now. So at the moment, every registered professional, you've got up to 5 years to be compliant, and your CPD cycle starts on the 1st of April. So if, for example, you get registered with SACPCMP today, which is the 29th of June, 2023, your CPD cycle is going to start on the 1st of April, 2024. This is because the CPD cycle runs parallel to the SACPCMP financial year. So the 1st of April, after your initial registration, that's when your CPD starts and it goes for 5 years. So within those 5 years, you need to do certain activities. In the year 6, if you are not compliant, you're going to be given a 12 months grace period. We call it the remedial program. If you're not registered after the remedial program, unfortunately, you're going to be suspended pending deregistration. Being suspended means that you are still allowed to operate using your registration for a period of 1 year. After that, you're going to be deregistered. When you are suspended, there's nothing you can do. You're basically on the death row. So try by all means never to be on the death row. And deregistration means exactly that. You will not have your registration anymore. You can be reinstated, but I'm telling you, it's a lengthy process. And also you need to submit some documents and you have to pay. So don't be in that deregistration. We've got 3 categories. We've got category A, B, and C, and I'm just going to explain them. Category A is knowledge. That is your core and non-core knowledge. This is where we are saying that get knowledge. So this is conferences, seminars. These are SACPCMP unit standard courses, and these are qualifications. Just note that if you do a course that is not validated by SACPCMP and doesn't have a SACPCMP registration, we cannot acknowledge it under category A. Unfortunately, we don't have much time. I was going to explain further why, but just note that if it is not validated by SACPCMP and doesn't have a SACPCMP registered unit standard, or is not a SACPCMP registered qualification like your diploma, degrees, and things like that, it cannot be recognized under category A. So before you attend a seminar, before you attend a conference, if the aim is to get CPD points for SACPCMP, please make sure that it has been registered or validated rather with the SACPCMP. However, this doesn't mean that you don't have to attend other workshops, because you're still learning at the end of the day from all the other workshops. We're just saying that if the aim for that event and for paying that amount is for CPD, make sure that it has a SACPCMP unit standard, it is SACPCMP registered, or it has been SACPCMP validated. I think I missed, I don't see my category B there. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna fix my slide and add my category B and C. So category B is the most important, actually, is the mentorship. So you are expected as well to do mentorship. And then category C is the simplest. This is where you get CPD points for just waking up in the morning and going to work. Okay, so here's my category B. I'm just gonna flip those 2 slides. So category B is mentorship and development, and I've already touched on this. So how many CPD hours do you need for category A? Because today I know that we're talking to mostly construction managers. For category A, you need 30 CPD hours. For B, which is mentorship, you need 10. For C, you need 10. And then if you're here and you're in the construction health and safety, meaning you're an officer, manager, or agent in the construction health and safety, you need 20 for A, 10 for B, and then 20 for C. All in all, it has to be 50. Another misconception here is someone will go and get 50 CPD points under category A, and because they see 50 CPD points, they think they are compliant. You're not compliant if you're not compliant with the other 2 categories. So make sure you are compliant with all 3 categories. Or you register online, you pay online, and you can also do CPD online. So whatever that you do, if you attend that course, you can put your certificate on you can just upload it on the system, and you can even download a statement. Your CPD statement will make you see how many CPD points you have in each category and what you still need to work on. You can also watch CPD bundles, which are CPD videos that you can watch. A lot of people in the construction and built environment will tell you that we don't have time to do these courses. We are busy, we are on site the whole day. So we have what we call CPD bundles. These are the videos that you can watch at the comfort of your home. You can watch them on Christmas Day. You can watch them over the weekend. You can watch them at 1 a.m. at night, and you have to complete an assessment. You've got 3 attempts, and then you have to get 60% or above for you to be successful. But they are quite easy. Nobody has ever failed so far. So we are willing to assist you. If it's anything that has to do with mentorship, please email us at mentorship@saccpcmp.org.za. If it is anything that has to do with CPD, please email cpd@saccpcmp.org.za. And yeah, please note, even as you're going to be getting our cell phone numbers and our email addresses, we work on queries Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. This is because we have a lot of process work. So we do process work in the afternoon. So if you have to call me, if you have to email us, please do it between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. every day. We do not respond to our emails on the same day, and we wish we could, but unfortunately, because of the volume of the emails we get, we at least give ourselves 48 hours to respond to each email. So please do send us those emails. We are willing to assist you. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kuso. We really appreciate that. Just getting the ins and outs of the CBD process as well. Especially once the hard part of registering is done, what follows afterwards. So that's really insightful, and thank you so much. I think Itumeleng, if you could allow people to mute and unmute their mics, I will now open the floor for questions before I go through to the chat box. So if you could raise your hand, and then I will just read out the names in the order that they appear in. So I will now open the floor to the attendees. Thank you. I already see Mr. Swapi's hand. I think, is that the only hand? Or let me just ask first before Mr. Malabane, Ms. Mokhele, how do you want us to take a series of questions first, or do you want to answer them one at a time?
Maybe 2 at a time. For me, it would be fine.
Okay, no, then that is fine. I think we can do it like that. Are you in agreement, Kutsa?
Yes, not a problem.
All right, no hundreds. Let us see. So who's got their hand? Ngubeko's got their hand. So I think you can go ahead and ask your question.
Evening, colleagues. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. I've got 2 questions. One for Mr. Maliban. He under the points allocation for like the assessment criteria, he mentioned that if you are a member of a professional body or a voluntary association, you get 10 points. So my question there is split into 2 parts. Do you get the points if you are registered as a candidate? Because if you are a candidate, it means you have active membership with the SACPCMP. So do you guys recognize that as membership and get that 10 points? And then the second part to it is, do you recognize the PMI, the Project Management Institute, as one of those voluntary bodies? That's my questions for Mr. Malibane. And then one for Kutso is, I know you mentioned that this mentoring matching thing is fairly new. So roughly, how long does it take to match a mentor to a candidate? Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you. The first one is when you are registered as a candidate, remember what I said with the difference between professional bodies and the council. Council is a regulator. So if you are just a candidate, you are not a member of any professional body. That 10 points is specifically for members of the professional body. So as a candidate with us or a candidate with EXA, you don't get that because there is just a regulation. It's saying you don't have experience, and then we want to see your efforts of learning and accumulating experience as well. So we are not going to get anything. We don't recognize that for them. And with regard to the PMI, with the PMI, currently not yet until we finalize the MOU. I know there are engagements between the PMI South Africa and the council, and then as soon as things are formalized and I know they have signed the MOU, but there are still nitty-gritty things of the of accepting them as a voluntary associations. And as soon as those processes are finalized, then yes, they will be included in the list of professional associations or professional bodies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Matikazi, I hope I'm pronouncing that properly.
Yes.
When it comes to the mentorship matching service, yes, it's fairly new. And we have appointed an administrator to deal with just that, who is starting on Monday. So the process should be very fast, but there could be delays along the way because, like I said, once we have given you the potential mentors, you have to go through the list. So that will depend on how fast you respond to us. And once we've got the list as well, we are going to be sending it to the mentor or the mentors that you have chosen, and they have to go through your application. So there might be another delay there. But like I said, we want to respond to every email within 48 hours within the CPD department. So within 48 hours, we should have acknowledged your email and we should be starting scanning your documents and to see what you really need. But there will be delays here and there because we need to take it to you, we need to take it back to the mentors.
Okay, thank you.
All right. No, thank you very much, sir, for asking those questions, and thank you very much to our guest speakers for answering those. I think next up we have Mr. Sbongiseni Swapi. So I think, sir, you can unmute and ask a question or questions.
Good day, everyone. Sbongiseni Swapi from IX Engineers. My questions. I don't know whether you're gonna first and you also gonna answer the questions on the chat, or should I repeat the questions on the chat as well afterwards? I don't want to duplicate question.
I think if you want more clarity on the response that Mr. Balabane provided, I think you can reiterate the question.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I think the first question now was that, okay, I wanted to know what's the difference between the PRMCM and the PRMCMPM, the construction management PR and the construction management, project management. Let's say I'm in a consulting firm, so I might as well just go for the project management route in terms of choosing which application I'm supposed to fill. Then the second question, I wanted to know whether the process in terms of the application, is it online or is it still those hard copies back in the days? Then my third question was, then in terms of proving, okay, let's say now I apply, and after I've applied, there's in part of the process that I'm supposed to do, I think there's one section where I need to prove that I know something in terms of those project management route of stage 1 to stage 6. How do I prove that I was involved in stage 1, stage 2, all the way to stage 6 in terms of the process, so that I can prepare myself when I'm being asked, especially if it's online, because I'm sitting in front of a computer now. Now I need to have my supporting documents and all of that. Then the other one is, if I'm already registered with EXA, is there a different route in terms of going the candidate route, or I'm already mentoring people, let's say in my company, and do I still need to start from scratch? Yeah, I think those are my questions. Oh, then there's a statement. I just want to extend an invite to CESA in the Eastern Cape, that can they invite IX as well as a sponsor as well, and send the email to me. I would be gladly to motivate that. Okay, thanks everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Swapi. Look, we said 2 at a time, but it's because you asked more than once. Maybe before we go to Adiwe, we can I can respond to your questions, because it's more than one question. The difference between the PRCM and the PRCPM, in terms of definition, I will say the project construction manager, is he is involved is a management of projects from stage 1, concepts to completion. And this person, we say he's a single point of responsibility, meaning in a project, there's only going to be one project manager appointed by the client. And then others, they might come with those titles where from their own companies, but on that specific project, they are not recognized as project managers. There's only one project manager per project. And for professional construction manager, we said this is a management of the physical construction and processes on site, and coordination of those construction processes. And in terms of the project work stages, I did mention that the construction manager will start from stage 4 until stage 6, or as project manager start from stage 1 until stage 6, doing different functions compared to that of the construction manager. And in terms of your stages, you did mention about something about stages. How are you going to write according to stage? Remember that when you are writing the reports are based on the PMBOK 9 knowledge areas. I know we have 10 now, which is a stakeholder management. And then basically, but if you don't demonstrate, even within the knowledge areas, and you don't show involvement in terms of the project stages. And I can make you an example. For example, maybe when you are writing about procurement management, if you are a project manager and we all talk about procurement management, but you talk about procurement management only at stage 4, when you are starting to procure things like materials or whatever, then it tells that you didn't start with procurement from stage 1, because at stage 1, you should have demonstrated how you formulated the strategy, the procurement strategy from the beginning, and how, for example, it went through the different phases, for example. So when I'm going to put your narration, it will show, for example, where you have started and where you have missed the key elements. So procurement, remember, you will start with the procurement from the stage 1. What informs your procurement strategy? And then how, for example, during the process, how this strategy that you have came up with, that you have planned, that you put it in place, how you have implemented as the project, progressed, from zero level until to a physical building, That's what we want to see. The same as risk. You can only, some people will talk about risk only when they're in stage 5, and that risk usually is in relation maybe to the health and safety challenges or incidents and so on. But with risk also, we want to see how you manage your risk from stage 1 until to stage 6. Those risks will include so many things, like, for example, how do you ensure that your risk are profiled? When did you start profiling the risk? And then how did you start rating those risks? And then what mechanism have you used, to evaluate the risk, and then whether your risk remains static throughout the project, which is, unlikely. And yes, how did you measure your risk? Basically, the weighting of the risk? How is it? You remember that the risks are measured, or the most indicator of the risk is based on probability versus the impact of that probability taking place. That is how you deal with the risk. What is the likelihood of that risk occurring, and should it occur, what impact it will have? Things like that. So you need to demonstrate from there that how you have, and then obviously you'll have the way of where you rate your risk metrics and so on. These are just few examples of how we want to see your report, even when you are writing about the 9 knowledge areas, but you can be able to start with the activities that start from stage 1 in relation to risk until when the project is implemented. And whether if you are you talk about EXA, if you are mentoring EXA students, remember there's a difference between EXA and the SACPCMP. EXA is mainly with engineering disciplines, and here we are talking about construction disciplines. So the only time as an engineer that you will require registration with SACPCMP is when now you are venturing into construction project management. That's when you are required. If, for example, you are an engineer there, and then you are a designer, you are designing things, and all you do is your designs, and that's what you do on a daily basis, then there's no need for you to register with the council. The only time you need that registration is when now you are venturing into construction project management, meaning now that you will be appointed in your capacity now as a project manager, no more as an engineer on the projects, because you can't be a referee and a player at the same time. You can't just be an engineer and at the same time be a project manager. However, there are some instances, and then sometimes this is where confusions, that's what confuses other people. And let me talk about civil engineers, maybe, for example. There's a difference between an engineer. Some engineers will say, yeah, but I also manage projects. And then when you listen to them carefully, they are not managing projects. They are going there to supervise their own designs on a project. So it's a design supervision. There's a difference between the design supervision and a project manager. So if you are a structural engineer today, and then you have designed the concrete, I'm just giving an example, and they are going to pour a concrete today, and then you will be there, to supervise that task. That does not make you a project manager. A project manager is when under you manage a professional team, different team of consultants. You coordinate the activities on a project. That's project management. Is management of professional services. That's what it is. So I want people not to be confused by your normal engineering tasks. And even when you go and do the supervision, when you're going to supervise your own designs in a project, that's what an engineer should do anyway, to ensure that the designs are I mean the designs, I mean, these things are built according to your designs. A building is built according to your design and according to your specifications. And of course, a project manager will be monitoring that. Thank you, sir.
All right. No, thank you. Thank you for that answer, Mr. Malebane. I think that was well covered. I'm sure I saw Mr. Swape give a thumbs up to say that I think he acknowledges the difference between the two. I'm not sure, Ms. Kuso, if you have anything to add there, or do you think Mr. Malebane has covered all of that?
It was well covered, Abile, thank you.
All right. Then we can move over to our viewer, Joanna from ECDC. You can go ahead and ask your question.
Good evening, everybody. In your presentations, you mentioned that when someone is registering as well, when they apply to register as a candidate, they get recommended for a period of time for the candidacy period. So I'd like to know, like, how you determine that period of time, the 4 or 5 years or so, and like what determines that period of time over and above like the minimum set requirements. And the second question is, well, after like you get your degree, right, and then having your degree, you need to like work for a year, and then in order to be able to like register as a candidate. So can I still use the experience that I gained during that 1 year period for my reporting during my candidacy period? Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you. I think if maybe I did not understand your question, you may. I don't mind if you can interject. If maybe you determine that I have not understood your question. But basically, okay. There are years of experience that are required. Remember that people, and it varies from one applicant to the other. I'll give you an example because let's say, for example, maybe you have 10 years experience as an engineer. And then it's only recently that you went now to, you are venturing into project management. You don't have experience as a project manager, but you have done some work in management. I'm just giving an example. You will be totally, you'll know something. You are totally different from someone who just graduated, a fresh graduate from the university. That person knows nothing about construction. You only know the theory part of it. And on the first day of your on a construction site, you are totally lost, to be honest. And then you start to learn. So that's what determines your years of experience, your years of exposure, vis-a-vis your qualification. That's the one that determines. That is why when I was showing an example of an honors degree, I'm saying with an honors degree, we don't need you to have any experience, but we just need you to, all you need to have is to show the honors degree, but obviously be employed in a built environment. And in that case, you will be required to have 4 years of that. So basically, that's what determines. And then when we only talk about relevant practical experience, we are not talking about the experience in the industry, because the experience in the industry is broad. And I can make an example about or even with the project manager. If you, for example, you have just graduated this year, there's no way you'll be appointed as a project manager on a project. And it depending, if you are working for a project management firm, you will start there as a junior, running the errands on the project, if I have to use the word, being a runner on the project, learning many things there until such point that now you are promoted to be a junior project manager, and then from there you become a project manager. So basically, I haven't seen it where a person just be appointed from the university as a project manager, because you need experience to do that. And you need to have an understanding of how projects are managed and so on. Yes, of course, if you are working for a project management firm, usually you will be registered quicker as a construction project manager, even as a professional. And then you'll agree with me that it takes time. It can take up to 4 to 5 years, to be honest, or even 6 years, or even 8 years for someone to finally be a fully registered. So it all depends on how you are exposed at your company. If your company really exposes you, then you'll get you'll be exposed to all activities of project management. Then the faster you can be registered as a professional. But the experience that is required is a relevant practical experience, and not the experience that is not relevant. For example, if you are doing your qualification, there's an industrial attachment that is required. You'll find that, especially at the national diploma levels, and I know it's also happening with the universities, where, for example, you do 2 years at the university and you're expected to do 1 year in an industry just to get an experience. That is a service training. The experience in a service training is aimed at you. I thank you, man.
Oh, have you answered the question, Mr. Balaban? Are you done?
Yes, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay, no, that's fine.
I
I
hope
thought-
she was not kicked out. Yeah, but
Oh,
I
alright.
was at the end of it. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, no, 100%. I think Ms. Aviwe, I think she has given a thumbs up to acknowledge that, to acknowledge the response. I think they're just going through the chat box. I see that there have been a couple of questions asked. Some of them have been answered by yourself, Mr. Balabane. I think just going down the list here, I think the first question is the application process online or submitted hard copy. Is the application process online or submitted hard copy? I think you have answered that. And Ms. Kusa has also answered that that it is purely online. The next question by Mr. Lumanyano Wana, he asked, can someone with occupational health and safety qualification register for SACPCMP? I think Kutso or Mr. Malaban, I think you did answer that as well in the various categories of registration. Am I correct?
Yeah, I did.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I think it's the construction health and safety agent, manager, and officer. And then the next question by Madubula, is it possible to be mentored by EXA registered professional while you want to register with SACPCMP, or must you strictly find a SACPCMP registered mentor? I think that has also been answered, Mr. Malabana, you did during your presentation. So it must strictly be an SACPCMP registered professional in terms of signing of your documentations for your registration. Moving down the list. Okay, will the presentation be shared with the attendees? I think, Ms. Kuso, you said your portion of the presentation will be shared. I'm not sure, Mr. Balebane, how much of your presentation you can share, or maybe you can forward me links to various portions that that you illustrate on your presentation. I think you can advise us on that one.
Yes, it will be shared. I note some typos also when coming to the one for assessment scorings. You remember, I saw that there was a typo on that, so I will do it. I will correct that and email it to you.
All right, no, 100%. Yeah, so once I receive that, then I will just forward all the relevant information to the attendees tonight. So thank you for that. I think then the next question was, what is the path of registration when you're registered with as an EXA professional? I'm not sure. Have you answered that question, or would you like to answer that? So I think what Mr. Swap is saying here is that you know, if you're registered as a PR Eng, PR Tech, PR Techni, you know, is what methods or what options do are available to such personnel to be registered with the SACPCMP, or is it unilateral across whether you are EXA registered or not, or SACAP or the other registration bodies?
Yeah, I think I did answer that, but I will repeat it. I'm saying, remember, we don't register for the sake of registering. If you are registered with EXA and you're not doing any significant construction project management, you are involved as an engineer day in, day out in your daily task, there's no need for you to register with this council. But when you are going to be registered, you will be required to have been exposed to have been done the work and task of a construction project manager as per the scope of services for construction project managers, meaning that those deliverables you must have there. So it's only when you have ventured into the terrain of project management, and if that's the case, then you have to apply, and then those competencies will be tested whether indeed you have gained those competencies for you to be certified as a construction project manager.
Okay, no, 100%. No, thank you for that, sir. That's well answered, so thank you. I think then the next question by Uvio Maninjwa is the logbook submitted annually or after I think it's 4.5 years or 4 or 5 years? I think, Ms. Kucho, you did elaborate on that to some extent, am I correct? I think, can you just clarify that for us, please?
Yes, we did touch on it. You have to submit it annually. So the candidate has to submit it annually. That is the required time. Like every year of your candidature period, you need to submit it annually. And I was also saying for the mentors as well, it's the candidate submits annually. You also submit it for mentorship as well.
All right, no, 100%. No, thank you for that clarification. Then moving on to the next question. The next question says, if you register as a candidate today, can you include your previous experience on your logbook? I'm assuming now this is because I think you recently touched on this, Mr. Balebane. Like if you straight out of university and going into the workspace, and you touched a little bit on the difference between in-service training and actual, post qualification registration. But I think for more experienced personnel, can they as candidate CPMs, can they log their previous experience, or if you register today, you have to build your experience from today onwards? Mr. Balaban? Or Ms. Kuto, if you can assist with that.
Yes, I can assist. I'm not in the registration department, so I might need Mr. Malvani to verify the details, but I can see that he is unmuted. But the thing is, when you get registered, everything that you've done before has been taken into consideration. So when they say you need to go into the candidatures, because they've looked at what you've done already. So this is now, it's a progress from, okay, we've seen what you've done, we've seen your experience, we've seen your qualification. So now we need you to go further. So it should be what you are doing after you've received that assessment that you need to be a candidate for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
So the things that you've done basically wouldn't count much in your logbook, because now it should be the experience that you still need that you didn't have. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So thanks, Kuto. I had challenge with moting things here. Basically, remember that you are what you are looking at. Before you become a candidate, we do not have any responsibility towards verifying what your competence are. And remember that you don't have to start as a candidate. If you have sufficient experience, that you can, a proven experience, and that you are confident of, you can apply as directly to be a professional. But if you apply as a candidate, you are saying to us, you don't have an experience and you want to gain relevant practical experience. So what is going to be required is, after you are registered as a candidate, to submit those annual logbooks and so on. And then the experience that we
Mr. Balaban, are you there?
Yeah. Okay. So basically it's before that. But what you have done before you become a candidate is irrelevant. But what's relevant is after you become a candidate. That's the type of experience that you are interested in.
Okay. No, 100%. I think, yeah, I think then that makes sense. I think you've clarified that well, sir. So thank you. I think the next question, I think Mr. Swapi did ask it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manubane. Can you be mentored by a person who has a SACPCMP certificate, who I'm assuming, yeah, who has over 5 years experience?
Yeah, once a person, the Act does not determine the type of experience. It says if you are a candidate, you can only be mentored by a professionally registered person in the same category as you. For example, if you are a candidate construction manager, you'll be mentored by a professional construction manager. And if you are a candidate construction project manager, then the professional construction project manager is the one who must mentor you. That's what the Act says. It can be registered today as long as it's professionally registered. There is no years of experience post-registration that is required from that person to mentor you, because he's competent in what he does, and then he can mentor you.
Okay, no, 100%. Thanks for that clarity, sir. I see Mr. Swapi has got his hand up. Have you got a follow-up to that, Mr. Swap?
Yeah. Actually, my question was, I wanted to start my question in this way. Say that there's someone who's CACPMP that got their their registration, say in the 90s. Now, for me to be mentored by him, will be able to guide me throughout the current process now.
Hey,
Can I take that,
yeah.
Mr. Yeah, okay.
Yes, please. Yeah, please.
Yes, in my presentation, Mr. Swipe, I had also mentioned that when you choose a mentor, in as much as, yes, everyone that is registered with SACPCMP can and they have to mentor. We on the mentor matching service, all those people have been trained, so they know everything. They know everything about the interview. They know everything about the assessment. They know how to fill in a logbook properly. So I would rather recommend someone who is on the mentor database than any other registered professional, especially if, for example, you're not certain with certain things like that, because you can be mentored and fill in a logbook, but you find out the information that they were giving you was inadequate because they themselves do not know what exactly they had to do. And it's not even because someone got registered a long time ago. It could have been someone who registered 3 years ago, but they don't know the process properly. So that is why we encourage members, registered professionals, to be part of the mentor database so that they can get the training, and also for candidates to rather go for mentors who are on the database because they've been trained. And that does not take away the fact that people who are registered know what they're talking about. But obviously, this one's with more training. The trainings that they got were from people who sat as assessors, who were moderators. So these are the people who knew exactly what is needed in an interview, exactly what is needed with your application. So you can get any mentor, but I personally would recommend a mentor that is on the mentor database because they know the process thoroughly.
All right. No, thank you so much, Ms. Kuto, for that clarification. Mr. Swapia, are you covered?
Yeah, no, I am very covered. So I'm no, the reason why I raised this is for everyone on this platform to know the difference.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, 100%. I think it's good that, we get the story straight now instead of, hitting a brick wall later, when we find out that, it's the process that we followed is insufficient to meet the requirements or the registration requirements of the SACPCMP. So thank you very much for asking that question, and thank you very much for answering that, Ms. Kutso. I think I'm just going to browse through because most of the questions have been answered by Mr. Balebane, but I think the ones that have not been answered, I think I will forward to yourself and Mr. Baliban is just so that you can answer those, so that when I send through the communique to the attendees, then we can have those questions, and then your contact details if our attendees still require further clarification on on the questions that they asked, because I do see that we are pressed for time, and I do not want to take up more of our attendees' times. But I think for further communicate, then if with your permission, of course, because we have to follow the Poppy Act, if we can share certain communication lines to our attendees, so that if they need further assistance or further clarity, then they can approach yourselves, and then they can proceed then with their registration. I think, would that be fine, Mr. Maliban and Ms. Kutso?
Yeah, no, it will be fine. I think the reasons why we are here is to make things easier. So yes, they can apply directly, but if there are any specific questions, then they can always ask the questions. But maybe what I will provide you here is with regard to what I will do. I will type the email address of our administrators, because the questions have to go directly to them, because they are the ones who's going to deal with their applications and any other documentation that is required. So I will be maybe sending you or writing their email address on the chat, so that they can be approached, and then obviously if there's anything that they are unable to resolve, that's when it's going to be escalated to us.
All right. Thank you for that, sir. Ms. Kuso, you had something to say?
Yes, no, definitely. You can share my email address as well, because I on the presentation is the CPD. And then I also put in the mentorship, but you can share my personal email address, which is my name dot my surname at saccpcmp.org.za. You can also share my work number, not the one that I sent you now, that is my personal. But the 066 number that is on my email signature, you can share that as well. And we answer those calls between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. Monday to Friday, and that is because we're doing process work in the afternoon. So you can WhatsApp, you can also call me on that 066-275-1150 number. Thank you.
All
And
right.
sorry,
No,
Avile, maybe it's also
yes.
very important to note that whenever you send me an email, please CC CPD at saccpcmp.org.za, because that is the administrator that actually deals with queries. Yeah, so that's very important.
All right. No, awesome. I will be sure to send through all that information. I think once I've collated, once me and my team have collated everything, then hopefully over the course of tomorrow, I'll be able to send through all the relevant documentation, as well as the CESA presentation I did at the beginning, so that for all our local attendees, so that they know from a YPF perspective who to approach, and if they need to escalate to the main branch, then I will be able to give the relevant contact information there. So I think in closing then, I'd like to thank everyone who's taken time out of their busy schedules to be in attendance today. We really do appreciate that from on behalf of CESA, and I think also for yourselves, because at the end of the day, like our guest speakers mentioned today, that it's all about continuous development, staying relevant and being competent, being confident in your work and what you do. It's not easy being in the construction sector or the built environment sector. So you take your wins as they come, and you learn from your losses. And I think one of these building blocks of being a professional construction manager and getting insight from this, from our attendees today, I think it hopefully it will assist you in your arsenal to get to get started with your registrations, and and just being the the trailblazers of our industry or our sectors. So thank you very much, everyone. I do wish everyone the best in their endeavors in their respective sectors, in consulting, in contracting, and in the public sector. We have to work together to ensure that the continuous improvement and sustainability of our infrastructure, it stays relevant, it stays valid. Again, going back to the infrastructure report card to say that all those levels of how we can improve on those levels that have been graded according to the South African Institute of Civil Engineers. And it starts with us. So thank you once again. I wish you all the best, and good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cheers,
Bye.
everyone.
Thank
Good
you
night.
very much,
Thanks, everyone.
ladies.
Thank you.
Bye.
Cheers, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.